Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. A little later than I had originally intended. That is nothing unusual for me. Tonight, this stream, we are playing some Arkham Horror, the card game. First, let me give a quick shout out to Sergeant Leprechaun. Thank you very much for the follow. You followed while I was offline. However, your follow is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. So while I was offline, so we take a small break from this. The last thing that happened was that we managed to contain the blob, though I believe it was the anomaly was contained, was what we have written down in our campaign notes. So that is always good. Alright. So the first thing that we're going to be doing is we're going to be spending the 7 experience points that we managed to acquire in the last scenario. And obviously, we also... Amanda got the Universal Solvent, and Carolyn got Lieutenant Wilson. So let's deal with Amanda first. So what I had done off stream was I had gone through the cards, and I've got 2 piles of cards here for cards that potentially could fit into these decks. So I mean, really. That's not anywhere near good enough, is it? I really need to get these cameras sorted or something. So I think there were a couple of potential cards. So we'll quickly try and do this. Then what we will do is... I don't think I need the magnifying glass. Might grab the ally, the charisma. I'm not sure if she really needs Relic Hunter. I saw Studious. Alright, so yeah, Studious I'll pop back into the box. Women Green I'll pop back. Already picked out Perception. I mean, I could upgrade both, I guess. Check, I've got Deduction, definitely Ornate Bow going in. And there's the 3 aces and Momentum. Alright, so what do I like? Well, the first things first, let me check and see. If I've got Magnifying Glass, I won't need that. Alright, now I come fucking back down again. Jesus Christ. Ay. Alright, so I've already got magnifying glass in here. I might just Remove that. Cryptic writings. There's a cryptic writings, so I could upgrade cryptic writings. And I've got a plan. I could upgrade that. Alright, so we already have magnifying glass, so we're not going to be upgrading that. Was there even deduction in this deck? Alright, I have one deduction, so do that because we can just upgrade deduction. So that's an upgrade, that's an upgrade. That's an upgrade, this is an upgrade. I don't think I even have any relics. So Relic Hunter is probably actually a pointless... Oh no, there's one relic. I think that's the only relic. I don't think I'm intending on putting any more into the deck at this particular point in time. I mean, we might find one in our travels somehow, but that's not really needed. I'd like the ally. Studious is a nice one to have as well. Alright, so I don't think... So I've got to take the initiatives. Vicious Blow was an upgrade, did I? Oh, I've picked Vicious Blow up there. Was it Overpower and Perception? Right, I only have one of each of those, so there's only going to be one of those going into the deck. That can be put away. So here comes the thing, is I need to remember, so I only have 7 experience, and you pay the difference. 0 cards always costs 0. Well, it will always cost 1. But you always have to pay 1 experience for a new card. So if you're upgrading to a level 1, you're still paying 1 card. But if you're upgrading to a 2, you only pay 1, I believe. I'll need to just double check that. I would like the Ornate Bow. Having a weapon is always helpful. So I might replace... Do I have a knife or a kunai? With chain? So I've got knife. I might just replace the cookery, because to do the extra damage, I need to spend 1. Oh wait, hang on. Where is knife? Knife. Alright, you get +1/5 for this attack. If you discard it, and basically you're throwing the knife at them, you deal +2 attack. Yeah, no. Knife is a little better because I can throw the knife. The cookery is just in hand, so I might just replace that with the Ornate Bow. Yeah. Alright, but as I said, I need to remember things. Weapons are overrated. No, not when you don't have not when you're running with characters that are not melee based, broski. Hey, man. Um... What's 45 rulebook? It's blob that ate everything. Learn to play is the one that I want. Yeah, that's the one that I want. Continuous. Fit page. What was it I was questioning? Oh wait, no. It's in... It should be in this one, right? When the investigator delves deeper into the mythos, she gains an insight into the hidden truths and the ancient nonsense of the shadows. Yeah. One or more experience. Adding new cards to the deck costs experience equal to that card's level, denoted by one or more white pips on the top of the card. Adding a new card to your decks always costs at least one experience, and that they are required you to maintain the deck size. Some cards represent a higher level card. Higher level version of the cards, the same title. These cards have the same title as the other versions, but may have offer additional effects, different skill icon, yada yada yada. If a player has a lower level version of a card and wishes to purchase a higher level card, he or she may upgrade the card by spending experience equals to the difference in levels between the two. The new versions. Yeah, I'm alright, thank you, and yourself? How's things going over there? Page 5 of rules reference. Alright, that's not the rules reference. This one. Cool. So yeah, I haven't properly started yet. I'm kind of just doing deck upgrades right now. But I will be starting soon. Page 5, it said. Here we go. Why is there no there we go, that's what I wanted. Controls, thank you very much. Okay, so each investigator, yeah, we've done that. Purchase new cards. New cards may be yeah. Investigator. Deck building guidelines must be observed. Only cards investigating actions we purchased. So that for each non-permanent card purchased and added to the deck, a different card is removed. Weakness card. Wait, what? So permanent cards, I am liking the sound of this a little more. Where's permanent cards, permanent cards, permanent cards? Permanent cards. A card with a permanent does not count towards your deck size. Oh, that changes things. Oh, that changes things. Oh, right, okay. Fine by me. So, each of them have a permanent card. So let me see. So 30. So this deck should be 35 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, which should be correct. So it should be 35, 36, 37, 38, 39 for the extra card we got. So I'm missing a card from here. That's good to know. And this one should be missing a card as well. We've got 30, 31, 32, 33. And she's got 2 extra ones. So that's 35. So she should have a 40 card deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Yeah, okay. So, with that knowledge, I am going to... I'm going to keep one of the level 0 cards that I would be swapping out when I'm doing these upgrades. That's fantastic. I like this. Great. Anyway, back to what I was originally checking. Are you going to be joining us tomorrow for Smash Bros? My brother? Each card costs experience. When purchasing a high-level card with the same title, you choose to upgrade that card by paying the difference to a minimum of 1. Yeah, okay, yeah, so it has to be that between the 2 cards and removing the lower version of the card from the deck. Newer cards I purchased or upgraded individually. If an investigator wishes to purchase more than 1 copy of a card, each card must be paid for separately, and 1 card must be removed from the investigator's deck for each copy purchased. The above process and any specific instructions provided by the campaign guide are the only methods by which a player may modify his or her deck during the campaign. Okie dokie then. Well, first things first. I mean, that straight out the bat would just be 6 experience. Is any of these in desperate need to be purchased right now? I mean, we'll take the ornate bow straight away. And do we want to take charisma right away? Because all of these are level 2 cards, and they're all level 0s. So that's 2 experience I would need to pay to upgrade them. So I don't have the experience if I buy both of these. think I will do that. These can be bought at a later point. So I don't think I have many. I think Witten Green might not even be that great. I've only got it because I get +1 in willpower and +1 knowledge. But I don't think I have a tomb or relic. I'm not sure yet. I will see how the missus is when she gets home from work. She might want to have a movie night. Yeah, I mean, that is totally fair. Oh, wait, no. If we've got a relic there, so if we were to put that in, Whitman Green would actually become fine. And then, well, this bow is a relic. Alright, no, so she's instantly becoming better and better. Because if I put those in, I'll have a couple of them. That's fine. No, that's okay, cool. How many of the guys were actually... Do you think were actually interested in joining for Mario Kart? Because, I mean, if they were interested, I will happily send over either my my Switch code to you so you can hand it over to them, or I can provide the code for the tournament for the 23rd. And I guess I should ask as well, is you're still able to join for that, yeah? Well, I mean, I realise also it's a bit of a ways off. Let's pop these away. Alright, so we're purchasing that for 3 experience. We're going to purchase that for 3 experience. It would be replacing the cookery. But because obviously I need an extra card in the deck, we'll just put the cookery in for free. So that is fine. Fantastic. That is absolutely brilliant. And that's one deck sorted. Deck number 2. This one is a little more tricky. Brother Xavier. Okay. I don't think that, for one, I don't actually think there are any accessories in here at all at this point. No, so there's no accessories in here at the moment. To be honest, I'd only want 1 Peter. Do I even have a Fearless in here? I think I've got 1 Fearless. I don't think I've got 2. This is the first one. Yep. What about first aid? Do we have any first aids in here? I think that I only saw the one. There's only one clarity of mind. So there's one first aid. Yeah, so there's only one first aid. There's only... Fook, don't you dare go flying. There's only one liquid courage. There's only one clarity of mind. Alright. Alright, so kerosene would be a 1-point upgrade. So that's fine. Excuse me. So, I mean, I might take the charisma as well. Purely because I do have a couple of allies that I could possibly run. That I would like to try and run at the same time. Clarity of Mind is a 3-point upgrade, which would spend all of the experience. So would First Aid. So First Aid heals 1 damage and 1 horror. Clarity of Mind heals 2 horror. I think base Clarity of Mind only heals 1. Yeah, heals 1 horror and only has 3 charges. First Aid heals 1 or the other. What does the Spectral or the Summoned Hound do for me? Doesn't really add anything special. What does... the Lieutenant give me? Wilson does some magical stuff. Well, Relic Hunter we're not going to get this time around because I've only got 1 relic. Even if I was to buy one of the relics, it's not really going to do much for me. Because I would need both of them. To be honest, the Hallowed Mirror is 0, so I might just add that directly to my deck now instead. So now her deck limit is up at maximum. So it's just... it's basically just working out what I want to acquire for the decks. So I've currently spent 4. Let us... Let us upgrade Vicious Blow. Alright. So we are upgrading Vicious Blow. For 2 experience. So now if the test is successful, it increases damage by +1, but if it succeeds by 2 or more, it's +2 damage. And we are also upgrading Liquid Courage, which is a hip flask of whiskey. Or moonshine, probably. Because, you know, nothing says healing from the horrors like drowning them out. So what is this? This has 4 charges, or 4 supplies. Use 1 supply, choose an investigator at your location to heal 1 horror. Then that investigator tests willpower 2. If the test succeeds, they draw 1 card. If the test fails, they heal 1 additional horror and discard 1 card at random from their hands. But the original was that they heal 1 horror. If they fail, they discard 1 card from their hands. So, either way, they get a benefit. That's a win-win. Those can go back into the pile of cards for the deck. So we put in that Hallowed Mirror, so that means that Soothing Melody goes into... Alright, and the Charisma permanent card. The 3 copies of Soothing Melody goes into the Bonded deck. And we will look at picking up these cards the next time we can spend experience. How much? We spent 6 experience on both characters, so there's 1 experience left over for each. I need to go grab a pen quickly. So I do not forget that. But also with that, that concludes the deck building portion of this. So we will have a quick message from our non-existent sponsors. While I just grab a pen and note that down, and then we will get started with the scenario. Okay, so welcome back. The next scenario, the next step in the scenario for the Night of the Zealots is part 2, the Midnight Masks. Check the campaign log. If Lita was forced to find others to help her cause, read intro 1. Otherwise, skip to intro 2. In the wake of the disaster at your home, Lita Chandler, the red-haired woman from your parlor, lays out a tale that, even in light of what you have just witnessed, strains the limits of your belief. The creatures in your home, she claims, they are called ghouls, cruel beings who plague the crypts and caverns, the tunnels beneath the city of Arkham. The creatures feed on the corpses of humans, and they are served by a dark cult within Arkham, whose members have inexplicably came to worship the ancient master of the ghouls. This cult has been killing innocent people and feeding them to the ghouls, satiating a monstrous hunger. A dark balance was maintained until now. Recently, Lita continues, one of their layers, where the corpses were stored, was destroyed. Since then, the ghouls have become more active than usual. I have tracked their movements and tried my best to stop them from running amok through the city. But I think there is something worse going on. The cult has been planning something darker and more ominous than anything I have ever observed yet. Indications are that the plan shall come to fruition tonight, shortly after midnight. Beyond that, I cannot fathom what to expect. Many of the cultists, Lita continues, will likely seem like everyday people, despite their foul intentions. Whenever the cult meets, its members don masks shaped like the skulls of various animals to protect their identity from one another. The masks are our mark, symbols of death and decay. We must unmask the cultists to expose and derail their plans. We have but a few hours. The more cultists we find before midnight, the better. Continue to set up. So I kind of already done this, so I've already gathered the cards that they need, so the Midnight Masks, the Chilling Cold cards, the Night Gaunts, the Dark Cults, and the Locked Door sets. And I have already set the cults of Hodoth encounters aside for the cultist deck. That's already been shuffled, but I will shuffle them on screen or on camera for the sake of fairness. So, choose one of the two downtown locations and one of the two south side locations at random. Alright, so we'll go back to the cams for now. Alright. Why is there a relic hunter here? Alright, I wasn't... That goes into that. I'll go into that box. Move out the way. And now we start getting all of this kind of ready for the gameplay. You want those, we want these at hand. Those can go there. Give myself some more light. Hello, Loba. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. I am kind of still in the middle of setting things up slightly. Even though we've been going for 40 minutes now, I was editing and upgrading my decks. But now we are getting into the real meat I'll be starting the scenario soon enough. So, put the Midnight Mask card up there to denote what happens when I pull tokens. We have the agenda. And we have the act. I was to pick 2 downtown and randomly from the 2 the south sides. Alright, so and we'll take this one. That one gets put off to the side, and then I'll go with that one. So those are the locations that we have. So remove the other one, then put the north side, East Town, Rivertown, St. Mary's Hospital, Graveyard, Miskatonic University, your home locations into place. See the next page for suggested placement. Okay, so the Miskatonic, north side, East Town, so it's still in Cam, St. Mary's, the Graveyard, Rivertown. Yeah, no worries, bro. You take it easy and have a good evening. Your house, our house, the south side, and downtown. Downtown. Hey, Biscuit. Welcome. Thank you very much for the lurk. And how is everyone doing? How are you doing, Biscuit? How are you doing, Loba? I hope you are all well. You're about to see the craziness. This game is going to get a little more crazy. Okay, so based on the number of players in the game, if there are exactly 1 player in the game, no changes are made. If there are exactly 2 players in the game, search the gathered encounter sets for 1 copy of the Acolyte and spawn it downtown. Spawn it at Southside. Well, even though I'm the only one playing, as there are 2 heroes or investigators, 1 Acolyte in Southside. So, the rules of the Acolyte is that it's spawned at any location and forced. After Acolyte enters play, place 1 Doom on it. Don't need to really worry about that because it's coming in outside of actual gameplay. I'm glad to hear that you are okay, Lobeth. Yeah, I am alright, thank you. I mean, ended up working a little later than I anticipated. So I ended up started streaming later than I anticipated. But other than that, it's all good. Don't need to worry about 3 players. Don't need to worry about if there are 4 players. Alright, check your campaign log. If your house is burnt to the ground, it did, remove the house from the game. If your house is... each investigator begins at Rivertown. So, our investigators, Amanda and Carolyn, start in Rivertown. I really wish my other set of cameras actually arrived. So, we have Versatile, which gave us a permanent 5-card start to our decks, and charisma, which gives us 1 extra ally slot. And for Carolyn, the bonded deck we'll put to one side. We also have charisma and versatile. I have to move that up a little bit so that there is enough room for all characters. Yeah, the extra camo would have been nice because you would have been able to see the other side of the game board. Alright. So yeah, shuffling the rest of these cards. So we have the encounter deck. I'll pop that just up the top here. This is obviously going to be the cultist deck. Just pop that up there. Bring these over here. Just pop that up there. And we already had 1 mental trauma for the fact that the house burnt down on Amanda. So that's already a good start. Well, I mean, that's an expected start. The Chaos Pouch is ready to go. Do we have anything else left to do? Check the campaign log. If the Ghoul Priest is still alive, shuffle it into the encounter deck. No, we killed the Ghoul Priests whenever we finished this scenario. Obviously, the last scenario that we did do was the blob that ate everything, so the anomaly was contained. So I'm not in fear of losing my sense of time again. Alright, so that's that. And then it's do not read until the end of the scenario. So, to stop me from being tempted, let's minimize that. I will need some of these things open. So, obviously, as to start as usual, each investigator gets 5 resources. The lead investigator is still Amanda. We'll just quickly shuffle Carolyn's deck. One, two, three, four, 5. That's a good starting hand. I'll take that. And then we will quickly shuffle Amanda's deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's actually a really, even though I'm missing, I don't have any skill cards, that's actually still a really good start in my opinion. Actually, I'm actually going to mulligan 2 cards from her hand. I'm going to send back Dr. Millen Christopher and Tooth of Etsy, Estili. If you have any questions about this game or this setting, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. So this is basically it's a Lovecraft game. So it's set in the Lovecraftian mythos. And it's made by Fantasy Flight Games. And I just need 2 cards to bring myself up. Alright, that's perfect. There is a great setting of starting hands. Alright. Fantastic. Okay, so let us start. We are starting in Rivertown. So this is it kind of shows a little more now. Oh wait, are these... why is there no... Oh no, there is. It's the lock at the top. So, the banks of the Miskatonic River are lined with docks, warehouses and small shops in a district aptly named Rivertown. There's something unsettling about the water of the Miskatonic River tonight. It ripples and bubbles as though something is moving beneath the surface. So we've got a shroud value of 1. And we have 1 times the number of investigators clues. So there's 2 investigators. There are 2 clues in Rivertown. What we should do is we should start by reading the agenda. So, Lita seems convinced of a conspiracy within the city of Arkham. She believes there is a secret cult that serves the ghouls that live in the crypts beneath the city, and that several of the cult's prominent members are scattered throughout Arkham. As you begin searching for them, you can't shake the feeling that you too are being hunted. So as an action, resign if you don't want to. If you don't want to risk taking too long, so you head to safety with the information you have gathered. So, uncovering the conspiracy. You have 1 night to find the members of the cult and unveil their plans. The more members of the cult you can find and interrogate before the midnight, the better. The investigators spend 2 clues per investigator as a group. Draw the top card of the cultist deck. Objective: find as many unique cultist enemies as you can and add them to the victory display. If there are 6 unique cult enemies in the victory display, advance. Note, not all of 6 of them are in the cultist deck. So, each investigator takes their turn performing 3 actions. And those actions are: you can draw 1 card or gain 1 resource. You can play an event or asset card from your hand. Fast cards do not count as actions to play. Active an arrow ability on a card. Move to a connecting location, investigate your location, fight or engage an enemy at your location, attempt to evade an enemy engaged with you. There are two other icons which are like a little lightning symbol or kind of like a quick a circle with an arrow in it, and those do not count as actions to activate. If you're engaged with an enemy and spend an action to do anything other than fight, evade, or activate Parley or Resign, that enemy will make an attack of opportunity against you. This is a very quick reminder. So, the lead investigator will start, so we will start with Amanda. So the first thing that we need to remember for Amanda is at the start of the investigator phase, I draw one card. I discard the card that is beneath Amanda. There are no cards beneath Amanda at this particular point in time. And I choose one card from my hand and place it underneath her. We will put Guts underneath Amanda. So her special ability is that whenever you take a skill test, you automatically commit the card that is underneath Amanda, and it goes back there. So, first things first is, as a fast action, I'm going to play the magnifying glass. And that costs 0 resources as well. Magnifying, I get +1 knowledge whenever I'm investigating. If there are no clues on your location, you return the magnifying glass to your hand. So that was 0. Alright, so we do that. That then becomes evens, which is not particularly great. So for the second action, or for my first action, actually, technically, I should say, we will be playing Lita. Oh, we'll be playing the asset card Lita Chandler, as we acquired her at the end of the first part of this scenario. And while we control Lita, each investigator at your location gets +1 to fight. And while an investigator at your location successfully attacks a monster, that enemy gains has dealt +1 damage. For the second action, I'm going to pay 2. And we're going to... Alright, no, thank you very much for stopping by, Loba. I will try and stop by on your next stream whenever I see you online. Thank you very much again for stopping by, and thank you very much for the kind words. Please do stop by again whenever you can. So we're going to be summoning... Well, we're going to hire the laboratory assistant. So that costs 2 resources. What that allows for is, that means my maximum hand size is increased by 2. After laboratory assistant enters play, I get to draw 2 cards. No, I'm playing with 2 characters. I'm playing with Amanda Sharp, and I'm playing with Carolyn Fern. but hello to you, Dark. I've literally just started. So the beginning of the stream was me enhancing the deck, but now we're going. So this is the third scenario. As after doing the opening, we done the side scenario, the blob that ate everything. Okay, so for the final action, I am going to investigate Rivertown. We're going to obviously commit the card underneath. I'm not committing any other card, but I will be playing the event card, Practice Makes Perfect, for a cost of 1. Search the top 9 cards of your deck for a practice skill card. The extra OG stuff. What particular extra OG stuff are you referring to? Because I have everything other than one. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Yes, I currently have everything that the game has released except for one of the alternate investigator sets, which came out with like a large collection book that they'd done back when the game was first announced. I think it was an alternate version of Marie Lambeau. Yeah, I got the 5 starter decks that they released recently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can't remember the names of the 5 starters that they released recently. Anyway, we're looking for a practice card. What does that give? It doesn't give anything because it's the third action for this turn. There's no Doom right now. That's an innate card. Disco was successful in discovering your location. Ooh, I might take deduction. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to take deduction. We'll be committing deduction. The rest of these get shuffled back into the deck. Yeah, this is like one of my favourite games. Even though I haven't had a chance to play it as much as I would have liked, I have collected everything that I can for this game. Because I like the game that much. So, and then that goes into a discard pile. Alright, so, Chaos Pouch. So we're riding on 3 right now. Ooh, we pulled a +1. Guts doesn't actually add anything, but it's a successful test, so we get to draw 1 card. And we've got emergency cash. Deduction. If the skill test is successful while investigating, discover 1 additional clue at your location. So we've discovered both clues. Guts goes back underneath Amanda Sharp. And from the Practice Makes Perfect, because it succeeded, deduction gets added to my hand. And as... actually, what's my hand? My hand's already at 5. Yeah, it's fast and doesn't cost anything. So using the quick ability of the magnifying glasses, there's no clues at the location. It's going to be returned back to my hand. And that was the third action. I'll put the token back in there. Okay, so it is now Carolyn's turn. We'll first pay 1 to equip Liquid Courage. It has 4 supplies. Alright, let me just check the bonded deck. What does this do? Right, okay. Let's do that. Let's spend 2 more and we'll equip the Hollowed Mirror. Limit 1 per deck. Forced. After the Hollowed Mirror enters into play, search your bonded deck for the cards for 3 copies of Soothing Melody. Add 1 to your hand and shuffle the other 2 into your deck. So, when Hollowed Mirror leaves play, find each copies of Soothing Melody, even if they are out of play, and remove them from the game. So Soothing Melody, bonded, Hollowed Mirror. Heal 2 hot damage or 2 horror, or any combination thereof, from among investigators and or allies at your location. Draw 1 card. So... first things first. We'll use 1 supply from the Liquid Courage. And use that to heal the 1 mental damage that was done to Amanda from her trauma of the house burning down. Then we will test Willpower 2. We will commit the Guts again. And what do we pull? What do we pull this time around? Auto success. Well, I mean, it's Guts. It gives 2. With the auto success from Amanda, that is +0. For this test, you may double the number of skill icons on the card beneath Amanda's Sharp. Well, it doesn't really matter. If we do, that means it passes by 6. Not that matters too much anyway. And then... I think that's the exhaust icon. So I'm just referring back to the rules quickly. Oh no, it's a reaction icon. So she's not exhausted. So after one of your so you get to draw. We get to draw a card because of Guts passing. Not your turn. We succeeded the test, so we get. They draw one card from Liquid Courage. And Carolyn's ability, after one of your card effects heals horror from an investigator or ally asset, the healed card's controller gains 1 resource. So Amanda gains a resource back. And that is turn. Enemy phase. Enemies with the hunted keyword move towards the nearest investigator. Well, the acolyte that we have is not a hunter. And it's not engaged with anyone, so it doesn't attack. So, resets actions, flips the mini cards. I don't flip them face down anyway. Ready all exhausted cards. There are no exhausted cards currently. Each investigator draws 1 card and gains 1 resource. Oh, fun times. That's just what I wanted. Amanda pulls the weakness Amnesia. Choose and discard all but 1 card from your hand. Oh my god, that is... Oh, that is insanely detrimental. Alright, it's going to be Unexpected Courage will be the one that we keep. Oh man, that's a bad start. At least that's out the way now, I guess. So that's 1 weakness out the way. 1 resource for Carolyn, and she draws Fearless. Alright. Ouch! That has hurt. Not what you wanted to see. Alright. Check the hand size. Well, Amanda, you've got 1 card in hand. And Carolyn has 5. Alright, so up to the top, we place 1 Doom on the agenda. The Doom threshold has not been met, so we do not advance. Each investigator draws 1 card from the top of the encounter deck. So, false lead. Revelation. If you have no clues, false lead gains surge. If you have 1 or more clues, test books 4. For each point you fail by, place 1 of your clues on your location. Oh dear me. Oh dear me. Alright. Well, I guess we'll commit the 1 card that we did have and the 1 card under Amanda. And let's see what we pull. -1. That's not too bad. Unfortunately, we didn't succeed, so we do not get to draw a card this time. But we only lose one clue from this location. So now there is one clue back down there. Great. Okay. And the second card that we end up pulling is On Wings of Darkness. Test feat 4. If you fail, take 1 damage and 1 horror. Then disengage from each non-Nightgaunt enemy engaged with you and move to a central location. Alright, do we have anything that could possibly help here? Nope. So I'm not going to commit any cards to this particular check. Let's just go with it and see what happens. I mean, I think it means I fail. Regardless. -1, yep. That's fine. I take 1 damage and 1 horror. Oh no. What a shame. Okay. That's fine. Alright, so. Investigator phase. We draw 1 card for Amanda. Ay. That's not helpful. I would have at least liked that. Looks like we're popping Occult Invocation underneath Amanda. Alright, I'm not even sure if there's a way that I can really deal with this. One, 2, 3. Oh wait, no. I want to save that. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Alright. So we're going to play the soothing melody. We're going to have a Carolyn go first. We're going to play the soothing melody. So we can heal 2 horror or 2 damage or any combination thereof. So we're going to heal 1 horror and 1 damage. I then draw 1 card. Ooh, the fingerprints. Nice. And as one of my cards has managed to heal horror, Carolyn pays herself. So that was the first action. During your action, accept. Ooh, okay. So for my second action, I'm going to pay 3, and I am going to summon, or I'm going to recruit the Summoned Hound ally card. As an additional cost to play the Summoned Hound, I must search my bondage deck for 1 copy of the Unbound Beast and shuffle that card into my deck. Alright. So, what this can do, during your turn, except during an action, exhaust Summoned Hound, and I can fight or investigate, either attack with a base might of 5, or investigate with a base knowledge of 5. So that was my second action. For my third action, Carolyn is going to take a trip to the south side. So, south side. Middle-class houses with gambrel roofs crowd together between the streets of Southside. The neighborhood is known for its culture and social landmarks, such as South Church, Mars Boarding House, and the Historical Society. And we have Mars Boarding House. Search your deck for an ally asset and add it to your hand. Shuffle your deck. Limit once per game. It's a shroud value of 2, and it's got an investigation value of 1 times the number of investigators, so that is 2. And what we are going to do is we are going to fight the acolyte that is here. I never read the flavour for Mars Boarding House. Mars is famous for its cheap rooms and Mystery Meat Mondays. A motley variety of characters can be found coming and going at all times of day. So we're going to fight, and I'm going to be using the Spectral Hound. So it has a base fight of 5. I'm not going to commit any other cards. So 5 against the 3 of the acolyte. We pull the skull. And the skull means -X. X is the highest number of doom on a cultist enemy in play. Well, there is no doom on any cultist, so it's -0. So we have successfully defeated the acolyte. And that was the third. Well, that was technically the fourth action because the third was moving there, but you get to do that without using an action. And now we are back to Amanda. Oh my god. I have a feeling that quite literally the only thing that's going to do for this is, excuse me, draw 2 cards and investigate. The first one is we drew a flashlight. And we managed to get max manual dexterity. Okay, so, and yeah, and for the third action, I'm just going to investigate with a base of 2. We commit the card underneath. Ooh, we pulled the +1. Nice. And the card obviously underneath was the occult invocation. So that doesn't do anything because that's an event card. It's not a skill card. But it gives us +1. So with that we got 4. So it was more than enough to find that clue that we ended up dropping. Oh. Welcome to those of you joining in chat today for this session. I appreciate your viewership. If you have any questions about the game, if you're not unfamiliar with Arkham Horror the card game, please feel free to just ask a question and I'll try my best to answer. So, that is all of the investigators phases. So, enemy phase. Well, there are no enemies, so we can skip that. Upkeep. Reset the action cards and flip the mini cards. So I don't flip them, but we can unexhaust the summoned hound. Each investigator draws 1 card and gains 1 resource. We'll do the resources first. And Amanda pulls Prophecy. Helpful. And Carolyn pulls Rational Thought. Revelation. Put Rational Thought into play in your threat area with 4 horror on it. Rational Thought may be healed as if it were on Carolyn Fern. If there is no horror on Rational Thought, discard it. You cannot heal horror from cards other than Rational Thought. You cannot gain resources from Carolyn Fern's reaction ability. Yeah, you're really terrible at this game. I mean, it's an interesting game. There are a lot of rules, as there is with a lot of board games these days. I'm just I enjoy this. Are you talking about are you finding it hard because it's difficulty wise is hard, or is it hard because of the complicated rules the game has? Check the hand limit. We're at 4 with Carolyn and 3 with Amanda. Hard to win. Yeah. So if you with Arkham games or any Lovecraftian games really, if you go in with the mindset of wanting to win the entire time, it can be a little more difficult. I've kind of accepted I kind of accepted very quickly on the Arkham games are designed to be incredibly difficult and are not easy to win. For me, it is just the enjoyment of trying to stop the apocalypse, full well knowing I'm likely to fail. All of the Fantasy Flight Arkham games or Lovecraftian games follow that same philosophy of you're kind of doomed to fail from the start. I do also get that a lot of people don't actually like that style of game. That it's very similar to Pandemic. Pandemic is notoriously difficult, and you're likely to end up failing that more often than not. By no means is it unwinnable. It's also kind of true for XCOM, the board game. But then also XCOM, the video game, is notoriously difficult. Thank you, Polypeople, for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Yeah, Pandemic, I've not played. I've not played the board game. I've played the Asmodee video game adaptation. But I do have a copy of Pandemic sitting on my shelf ready to play once the current pandemic is over and I can convince people to play that particular game, as it is notoriously difficult. Just bear with me one moment. Alright, so we placed one Doom up on Predator or Prey for the agenda. Doom does not advance, we've still got 4 more turns. So then we draw from the encounter deck. Amanda first pulls Hunting Shadows. Peril. Revelation. You must choose either spend 1 clue or take 2 damage. Oh, that is... That's rough. What would I rather take? If I take the 2 damage, where could I allocate it around? Well, the laboratory assistant's kind of pointless now. My hand side has been cut in half. Well, my hand size was like reduced to 1 card from frickin' amnesia. So I might take the 2 damage. Put 1 damage on the lab assistant, killing it. And then 1 point on Lita, as she can kind of tank a damage. Yeah, that's probably the way we'll go with this one. Thank you, laboratory assistant. You served your purpose. Hey there, Tanner. Thank you, thank you. You have the Cthulhu pandemic. I want that because that looks interesting. It's kind of a cross, but it's Lovecraftian, so that gives it a bonus. But it's also pandemic. So Lovecraftian's already bad. Pandemic was bad. The 2 together is going to be an absolute nightmare, and it sounds brilliant. Tanner, you know I'm always playing Raid Shadow Legends. I can't get off the game. Hashtag not sponsored. Thank you for stopping by, my friend. How are you doing today? So we've done the Haunting Shadows. So Carolyn's card is False Lead. Oh, well, I don't have a clue. So it gains Surge. We draw another card. Cultist. Spawn any empty location. After the cultist enters play, place 1 Doom on it. Where would be the worst place it could go? Where the hell can... Where can you go from Rivertown? You can go to the graveyard. I assume that symbol, is your house. You can go to Southside. You can go to the Miskatonic University and the Crescent Moon, which is East Town. How... You can't get to downtown from Rivertown? Oh, wow, that's harsh. Alright. You're going up to Northside. And as the cultists came into play, doom. Not bad, not bad. You're grinding in Tanner. I assume you're grinding in Smite, maybe? Or are you grinding in Warcraft? I'm alright though, thank you. Worked a little longer than I anticipated, which is slightly annoying, but hey. But I'm here now, streaming this game. And this campaign... Oh, Warframe, of course, I forgot about that. And... Polly, this campaign is the Knight of the Zealot campaign. So the first one. Just to kind of catch you up, because I think my older ones I think are still on my channel. You always go back and watch them. But after the first opening campaign back at the beginning, I think it was beginning of December maybe, end of November, beginning of December. After doing the opening for that, we done the... I put up a vote on the Discord, which there's a link below for anyone that is wishing to join. There will be votes on there regularly. But voted on there for what to play next, and what was picked was the Blob That Ate Everything. So I done a couple of streams dealing with the blob. Where my sense of reality was my sense of time was devoured, but we managed to stave off the anomaly, and it has been contained. I did deal with the card, right? Oh yes, it was the cultist that we pulled. So now it's the investigator's turn. Yeah, this one is hard. I'm going to be honest. Although I love this game, I haven't had much of a chance to play any of the other campaigns, so this is pretty much the only one I've had any real experience with. But Amanda, we draw one card from her ability. We discard the card that is underneath her. So, goodbye, Occult Invocation. You would have been helpful. What would be good to place underneath at this point? Probably Prophecy. Even just getting over to that cultist is going to be a pain. What's the quickest way to get over there? 1, 2, 3. But I wanted to grab at least one of those clues. We grab one. Where can we go? Anyway, let me deal with this. Yeah, we're going to put Prophecy underneath Amanda for the moment. Okay, so where are we going to be running off to? If we go with Amanda, I kind of want to try and get all of the... I need to get rid of Rational Thought, because that shit's annoying. But I can deal with that because I've got Fearless, and we've also got Liquid Courage. So that's a good start. The Summoned Hound could become a problem very quickly. But we can keep that around, because if we pull the one that forces me to either spend clues or take damage, I can just stack it on the Summoned Hound. But if we grab one of that, we've got 2 moves left. Because that's not a fast ability, is it? No, it's supposed to only use your first action. Oh! 1, 2... Oh, I can make it, because Southside is connected to the Miskatonic University. Fantastic, and Miskatonic can get up to the north side where the cultist is, and the Summoned Hound has a free attack. That's great. Alright. So that's that planned out. Do you need to do anything? Can you do anything? Not really. That's fine. Alright, we'll start with Carolyn again. So, for the first action, paying 2. We're going to use Scene of the Crime. Play only as your first action. Discover 1 clue at your location. 2 clues instead if there's an enemy at the location. Or there isn't. So, oop, nope, we need that. Then, for the second action, she's going to go to the Miskatonic University. So, my board game streams are usually done on Fridays. So every Friday I will do it. I just haven't done it the last 3 weeks because of the Christmas period. I didn't do it on Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, or the week after. And just waited a small break from it, and so this is the first one back since then. My YouTube channel isn't up to date yet for my archives, but eventually, I've played a couple of other board games over the period of me streaming. As my 1 year anniversary of streaming is coming up, and I've done some board gaming, but the last major gaming project I'd done was Imperial Assault, Star Wars Imperial Assault. So that there will be up on YouTube soon enough. I've got a week off, so one of my projects this week is to schedule all of my backlog of videos to go up there, and I'll be releasing 2 a day, roughly, for the foreseeable future until I'm all caught up, and then it will be 1 a day, the day after I stream, so that they're at least archived. So feel free to join either the Discord or join or go and follow me on YouTube. The links should be below. So, the Miskatonic University. Miskatonic University is one of the most prestigious colleges in the Northeast. The university library is famous for its collection of occult books maintained by the esteemed Dr. Henry Armitage. So, Shroud of 4, 4 clues. Search the top 6 cards of your deck for a tome or spell and add it to your hand. Shuffle your deck. God, a Shroud of 4 is a nightmare. So I'm not doing anything there. That's the second action. My third action is going up to Northside. Luckily, I do have Flashlight in Amanda's hand. I just wish frickin' Magnifying Glass didn't get discarded. I shouldn't have taken it back into my hand. Anyway, North Side. North Side is the commercial district that contains many offices and factories, as well as the train station. Shroud of 3 with 4 clues. Spend 5 resources and gain 2 clues from the token pool. Group limit once per game. So that's going to be something that I'll need to do. Extra clues are always nice. Alright, again, I didn't read the flavor text. So the Miskatonic one. The campus is quiet and lonely. Several of the buildings have been left unlocked for students and faculty working late into the night. And over at Northside, in Northside, nothing gets people talking faster than a bit of dough. And both of them have victory points on, so I want to clear the clues from those 2 locations for extra experience. And that was my 3rd action, though luckily, as it is my even though it's my 3rd action, the Summoned Hound gets a free action, or a quick action anyway. During your turn, except during an action, exhaust Summoned Hound. Fight, investigate. So we're going to fight that cultist, because I want that doom gone. Which kind of then makes Prophecy utterly, well, not utterly useless, but a little less useful. But hey, it is what it is. And we pulled Skull, which is minus X. X is the highest number of Doom on a cultist enemy in play. Well, there's 1 Doom, so it becomes -1. The Summoned Hound has a base fight of 5, so it kills it. Damn it, I should have used that. Never mind. I messed up, but hey, it is what it is. I am currently... I'm playing on standard difficulty. I'm not playing on anything higher than that. That's ridiculous. Hats off to the people that do, but that ain't for me. Alright. What's the next course of action? The next course of action is to gain as many clues as I can. No need to uncensor that. That's fair enough. I mean, I'm playing on standard mainly for the ass kicking, funnily enough. Right, so if we can't go up there and we can't go up there, so we can only go to the Miskatonic, or we can go to the East Town, or we can go to St. Mary's. Or I can go to the graveyard. Or can I go to St. Mary's? No, I can't go to St. Mary's. Can I go to St. Mary's from the Miskatonic or from Southside? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can only go to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, to be honest, I'd approach this in the same way, regardless of the difficulty. The difficulty only affects the RNG from the Chaos Pouch, and there's nothing I can do about that. But if I was going to play on a higher difficulty, one of the people I would play as would be Jim Culver, because his ability basically turns skulls into zeros. And he's my most played investigator, so I know him and how to build decks for him like really well. But basically, like negating one of the tokens effects completely is immensely helpful. There's still a lot of other bad things in the Chaos Pouch at higher difficulties, but it's all RNG manipulation. I think the best thing for me to do is to grab as many things as I can. I just gotta hope that downtown has the bank in it this time. Yeah, Jenny Barnes from what I can tell, is a very good solo investigator to play as. Playing solo investigator, you really have to change. You build your deck and you play the game very differently than if you're playing with multiple investigators. I know I've seen some people play with play on their own, but play with 4 investigators, and that's a lot. But you've got a lot more versatility, and each investigator can be nuanced down into a particular role. Like, who is it? Rex Murphy is like a fiend for getting clues. And like decking him out to just do that, just go around and hoovering up clues, is great. But you kind of don't want to pair him with another investigator that requires having clues as well. So like Rex coupled with who's the Guardian that came in the first set? Roland Banks. You kind of want Roland to go around killing monsters, but you want clues left in those locations so that his ability can activate. There's just working out the characters and putting up machinations and getting them to work together is one thing that I like about this. Which is why this is interesting, and I'm really just trying to think and work on the fly with this, because both of these characters I ended up picking. I ended up just rolling a wheel and letting RNG decide. Using wheel decide, I put all of the investigators' names in, and just hit the button and let the algorithm pick for me. So I've literally, it's like if I rolled Carolyn, I'd make sure that I would have someone who was a good fighter. Amanda's very across the board evens with her 2s. So I kind of wanted someone with higher stats, but also someone who could be a fighter. Carolyn, it just isn't a fighter because she's limited to like zero rank weapons. It's not easy. So Amanda currently has the ornate bow somewhere in her deck. I just gotta hope I pull it. Let's go up to East Town to hope that there's something good up here. That is going to get knocked over, and I'm not going to be happy. So, East Town. The East Town neighborhood, situated on the northern banks of the Miskatonic River, contains lower-class housing, the Arkham police station, and the popular eateries like Velma's Diner. And we just have Easttown, so while you're at Easttown, reduce the cost of each ally asset you play by 2. This is a Shroud of 2 and 2 clues. So that was the first action. The second action, I'm just going to try and gain those clues. Or are we? Yeah. I'm not going to use the flashlight, so throw in Prophecy. Is the card committed underneath Amanda? And we pull out of the Chaos Pouch Skull. So that's 0. And Prophecy gives a single question mark as there is no longer 3 Doom on the table. So we will apply that to books. So that's more than enough to acquire this. And then we will investigate once again with Prophecy being committed. There's no question of impropriety. Yeah, I love it. It's great. -1. With the 1 from Prophecy gives us 2, which allows us to acquire this clue as well. I can't remember where I got this Chaos Bag from. I've had it for years. I think I picked it up from a convention I went to probably about a decade ago. Alright. That was the third action. Oh, that costs an action to do. We'll pull a cultist next turn. Hopefully we get a good one. Well, I say we get a good one, but I hope we get one that's not annoying. Spend 2 clues per investigator, so 4, yeah. Then there has to be a way for clues to replenish, otherwise we're going to run out of clues. Alright, so enemy phase. There are no enemies on the field. So we go to the next step. So reset all actions. It would be flip the miniature cards. We're not doing that. Ready all exhausted cards. There is only the 1. Each investigator draws 1 card and gains 1 resource. So Amanda first. We pulled Plan of Action. That's actually really helpful. And Carolyn gets the 45 automatic. Nice. Alright. What's next? So we check the hand size. I think the hand size is actually okay at this point. 4 cards. 4 cards. Yep. Hand size is fine. Alright, so Doom on the agenda. Halfway through the first agenda. Threshold isn't met, so we don't advance. Amanda is pulling the first card from here. Ah! Wizard of the Order. Spawn at any location, any empty location, retaliate, force at the end of the Mythos phase, place 1 Doom on the Wizard of the Order. I'll put him down in St. Mary's. And then Carolyn will pull from the deck. Crypt Chill. Test Willpower 4. If you fail, choose and discard 1 asset you control. If you cannot, take 2 damage instead. Alright. So we're testing Willpower 4. Her Willpower is already 3. I'm actually going to commit 2 cards here. And we'll see what we committed once we're after. So we're testing 4. So I don't really want to lose any of the things I'm currently controlling. The Tome. -3. Bloody hell. If you fail, place 1 of your clues in your location. That would be bad. Oh, man. Okay. I think I'm screwed here. Alright, so Fearless gives me +1 more to Willpower, taking me to 4. Steadfast gives me Willpower and Fight, but while you have 5 or more total remaining health or sanity, it gains... Steadfast gains an extra Fist and Fight. While you have 10 or more remaining sanity, it gains 2 Fists, and it gets 2 Willpower and 2 Might instead. Alright, so 15. We've got 15 on here. This counts as 4 that I've got. So that is 14. Thank God I get the 2, so no, I'm fine. The -3 cancels out the ability, the points awarded by Steadfast. And the 1 from Fearless gives me the one that I need to actually just pass the test. And thanks to Fearless, I get to heal 1 horror. So I'm going to heal the horror from Rational Thoughts. Ugh. Those cards came in helpful there. Alright. Okay, it's the investigation phase. So we draw 1 card for Amanda. And we discard Prophecy. Oh, wait a minute. 1 Doom gets applied to the Wizard of the Order. We need to deal with him because we're at... Nope. We're fine. We are at 4 Doom. Next one will be 5, and he doesn't get that on until at the end of the Mythos, so it would not cause Mythos to advance. Okay, that's fine. So I have a turn to deal. I have 2 turns to deal with him. Right, but we need to pay. We need to put a card underneath Amanda at this point. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so we're going to place plan of action underneath Amanda. And Amanda is going to take the first turn this time. And she is going to... Because the first thing we were going to do is we were going to spend clues. Going to spend all 4 from Amanda. So I've lost... As the trap is in... Well, I've got a plan is in there, which uses clues. So, spending the 4 clues. And we're going to pull the first cultist. Wolfman Drew. He spawns in downtown. When Wolfman... he is... nothing, so... When Wolfman Drew attacks, heal 1 damage from him. Drew is a long-time patient in Arkham Asylum. Rumour has it he was locked up for committing cannibalism several years ago. He is considered extremely dangerous. 4, 4, and 2. So that was the first action, because it costs an action, so we'll be doing that as Amanda. Alright. So for her second action, she's actually going to go to downtown. So, downtown. The downtown area of Arkham is filled with government buildings, including City Hall, the First Bank of Arkham, Independence Square, and Arkham Asylum can also be found in the area. It's the busiest district in the city. And we have Arkham Asylum, Heal 3 Horror, limited to once per game. And its shroud value is also 4, with 4 clues on it. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And for the final action, paying 2. We're going to use Work a Hunch. Fast, play only during your turn. Discover 1 clue at your location. So, 1 action, 2 to move there. That was fast, so it didn't count, so I still have 1 left. I'm going to play the event card Emergency Cash. Actually, are we going to play Emergency Cash? Probably. Yeah. No. No, why would we even do that? Because that is 3... 4. It'd only just be equals, which is not great. Yeah, so emergency cash. So we gain 3 supplies. Go 1, 1, 2, 3, 3 action. Yeah, let's see if we can reduce down the rational thought. So first things first is we're gonna spend 1 supply from liquid courage, which heals 1 horror from rational thoughts. Then testing willpower 2. We see if we draw a card or if we heal additional horror and discard a card at random. Oh, Jesus, -4. We failed that. But we do heal an additional horror. But we discard a card at random. Oh my Jesus Christ. This one. Shit. I guess the fingerprint kit. I didn't have the resources for it anyway, so it's fine. Then we'll liquid courage again, healing the horror. If there's no horror on it, we can discard rational thought. We will still test for willpower on liquid courage. Hey, Elder Sign. +1 if you you may heal 1 horror from an investigator or ally at your location. Well, there's none to do that with, so I can't do that. But I do get to draw a card. Ooh, hypnotherapy. Nice. Alright. Well, that's good. We've gone through 2 weaknesses so far. So that was the second action. For the third action, Carolyn is going to come to downtown as well. And then for the... although that's my third action, for the free action of the summoned hound, he is going to attack Wolfman Drew. It has a base fight of 5. Let me see, what's the... Alright. No, I can't do that because it needs to be in hand, so that wouldn't allow to be done. That's no point, there's no point. Alright, that's fine. So, it has a base fight of 5. Because Lita is on the field, it gets +1, so it's up at 6. So it's 6 against 4. Oh, Jesus Christ, -3. There's nothing I can do about that. Right. Okay. Nothing I can do. So that was... yeah, so -3 takes me down to 3, putting me 1 below that. It also has retaliates. Damn it, so 2 points of damage to the hound. And that is turn. I need to deal with that next turn. This is just going to cause problems for me. Alright, and I failed, so that clue gets added to there. Alright. Enemies. Enemies with hunters move towards. I don't think either of them are hunters. Oh no, he doesn't have retaliate. My bad. It's the Wizard of the Order that had retaliate. But he is not a hunter, so he doesn't engage with anyone, so that's fine with me. No one is engaged, so no one attacks. Reset actions, exhausts, unexhaust any cards, draw one card and gain one resource. Amanda gets the Universal Solvent. Are you an elite? You're not an elite. And healing words. Nice. So the hand limit is fine. There's 3 cards in each hand. So place 1 Doom on the agenda. That's 4 Doom, 5 Doom with the Wizard of the Order. So Doom does not advance. Each investigator takes 1 card from the encounter. So Amanda first. Haunting Night Gaunt. While attempting to evade the Night Gaunt, double the negative modifiers of each revealed Chaos token. So that's currently engaged with Amanda. That's fun. And then Carolyn pulls... Oh, Jesus Christ. Obscuring Fog. Just what I didn't need. Attached to your location. Limit 1 per location. Attached location gets +2 Shroud. God damn it. So that's now got a Shroud value of 6. This just goes from bad to worse. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Alright. Oh. So, it's player's turn. Oh, wait, no. End of the Mythos. So, you gain that. I need to come and deal with you. Shroud 6 is very, very difficult to deal with. I have ways of dealing with it. But yeah, it's next to impossible right now. You basically need to stack cards to be able to investigate that. Luckily, once you investigate it once, it gets rid of the obscuring fog. So I can get it back down to 4 with a flashlight, but I need to then invest other cards into it to get it to the point that I can do that. Anyway, we draw one card for Amanda. Oh, fantastic. Right, so we're going to discard Plan of Action. And we are going to pop Manual Dexterity under there. What's the HP? Oh my god, it's 4 HP. But we need to kill it. Okay. Where can I go? There, I can go there, and then 1, 2. Shit, I can't. I should have dealt with the wizard last round. Because I can't make it there. Doom's the agenda's going to advance. I wanted more time. Buggerations. Alright. I mean, this is what happens. Alright. Alright, no need to panic. We still got this. Let's think. The first thing to do is to evade the night gaunt. I think. Yep. So, we're going to try and evade the night gaunt. Committing one card. I don't think I can commit anything else. Nothing that would help. Skull! Ow. That's actually terrible. Because obviously the Night Gaunt doubles any negative modifiers. Skull is minus X. X is the number of doom on the most number of doom on a cultist, which is 2, so that becomes 4. Alright. That's fine. I mean, I'm just going to try and evade again. The same card can be committed because any card committed under Amanda goes back under there. I pulled the skull again. Alright. Shit. That's not what I needed. Fine. Alright. We'll try one last time. This time. 0. Yay. Thank you. And I get to draw one card because that test is successful, but you are exhausted up here, mate. Get out of my face. Oh my god, it's a stunning blow. Alright. Fine. Well, that's all of those actions. All of my actions done for the turn. At least he's exhausted, so he won't be hunting. Because I can't get to the Wizard of the Order, there's no point in me even trying. So, for... free action, I am going to... attack Wolfman Drew with the Summoned Hound again. I'm not committing any cards. This one, please. Skull! At least that only takes it down to 4. Minus, so 5 for the Summoned Hound, plus 1 from Lita. Minus 2 from the skull is 4. So that's 1 damage. But with Lita, it's another 1 damage on Drew. So that's the first action. For my second action, I am going to grab 1 resource. Oh, no, that was... No, for my first action, I'm going to grab 1 resource. So I can't play that and use that at the same time, so I don't have enough actions. For the second action, I'm going to draw a card. Oh, Jesus Christ. Multiplayer only. I got Kleptomania. Multiplayer only. Revelation. Put Kleptomania into play in your play area. As an action, take control of an item, asset, or 2 resources from another investigator at your location. Then shuffle Kleptomania into your deck. At the end of your turn, take 1 horror. Well, luckily I have 1 more action. So for that action, I'm going to be using Kleptomania, and I'm going to be taking 2 resources from Amanda. And then this gets shuffled back into the deck. All right. Oh, at least that's that. Oh, okay. Enemy phase. There are no hunts. Well, there's no unexhausted hunters. And no enemies are currently engaged. So that's the end of the enemy phase. We flip the action card. Yep, they don't get fun flipped. Unexhaust any cards, so that Night Gaunt is no longer exhausted anymore. Each investigator gains 1 resource and draws 1 card. Amanda gets the Ornate Bow, thank Christ. And Carolyn pulled Overpowered. So, check the hand size. Carolyn has 4, and I think there's 4 for Amanda. Oh no, Amanda has 5. So, back to the Mythos phase. So, place 1 Doom on the agenda. And guess what? We're now at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Doom. So, the advances, we take the 2 Doom from here. And the 5 Doom from up here. And the Masked Hunter appears. Spawn, engage with prey. Prey is the most clues. Shit. The Masked Hunter gets +2 health per investigator. While you're engaged with the Masked Hunter, you cannot discover or spend clues. Well, bollocks. That's fine. We got this. Anyway, so time is running short. The minutes pass quickly as your investigation continues. Action ability, resign. You don't want to risk taking too long, so you head to safety with the information you have gathered. 8 turns. Which will quickly whittle down because of the Wizard of the Bloody Order. Alright. Amanda pulls from the encounter first. Crypt Chill. Willpower 4. If you fail, discard 1 card, 1 asset you control. If you cannot, take 2 damage. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't want this. I don't need this. No. No. Didn't want to do this because this would have been very helpful, but I don't have a choice. Alright. Committing 1 card from Carolyn's hand. And committing one card from Amanda's hand, and obviously manual dexterity gets added. Even though it's going to be of absolutely no help whatsoever here. And we're testing willpower for 0. Well, obviously, manual dexterity does absolutely nothing because it's speed. But there was the universal solvent, which gives question mark. The question mark I'll assign as willpower. And I used hypnotic therapy. I didn't really want to, but I had to. Which gives willpower and a question mark. So it puts the willpower up at 5. So we succeed. But we get to draw a card because of manual dexterity because the test succeeded. Oh, we pulled a knife. Whoop-de-doo. Oh! That was not the greatest pull, but whatever. Oh, look. Obscuring fog. There's already one attached to that location, though. He doesn't say it gets surged, so the card's cancelled. Oh, okay. Alright. On with this terrible turn. Well, it's the start of the turn, so we got vicious blow. That can actually come in. They'll probably come in clutch here. But for now, we discard manual dexterity. Alright. Pop vicious blow under Amanda. Amanda is not going first, though. One, 2, 3, 4. Yes, because that will do 3, 5, and it has 8 health. Alright, so Carolyn's going first. First things first, I'm going to spend 4 resources to play the automatic 45. Oh, right, I completely forgot. 1 doom on the wizard. Because he's a wizard. Fun times. Because I then don't want to risk hurting Amanda. I'm going to engage the Masked Hunter myself for my second action. And then for my third action, using one of the ammo from the 45, committing one card, I'm going to attack the Masked Hunter. No, there's nothing else that can be added. I don't think there's anything that she can really add to the situation to make it work. And, wow. I was exceedingly lucky there, pulling that. Overpowered. Which gives me an extra 2 fights. So I got +1 fight from the gun. 2 from my base stat, that's 3. +1 from the liter. That's 4, which is enough, but the overpower give me an extra 2. Because it succeeded, I get to draw the card. Ooh, drawn to the flame, that is going to be helpful. It is going to... Having to draw from the counter deck it could be detrimental, but we might have to. Oh, thanks for offering that yop random series of numbers, but no thanks. So that was my... but we done 1 base damage, +1 from the gun, and +1 from liter. That's 3 damage. Then from the free action, the summoned hound is going to attack. There's nothing that I can add to this. So it's running on a base 5. We've got 6. -1. Any time that they come up, I always say the same thing. It's like, no thanks. I will be if I want to become famous, if I'm going to become famous on here, it's going to be for my own terrible gameplay. I don't need any help with that. We got -1 though, so we had 5 for the base for the summoned hound. +1 from liter is 6. -1 is 5. 1 damage from the summoned hound. 1 damage from liter. That's another 2 damage to the Masked Hunter. And that's my turn for Carolyn. Alright, so Amanda, what are you going to do? Well, you are going to spend 4, and you're going to summon the ornate, or you're going to equip the ornate bow. This is going to be fun. So, uses 1 ammo, limit 1 ammo on ornate bow. As an action, you can spend 1 ammo to fight. This attack uses speed instead of might. You get +2 speed and deal +2 damage for this attack. Another action is you notch another arrow. Place 1 ammo on the ornate bow. This is a 2-handed weapon. And you're going to shoot at the masked hunter. And we'll commit, obviously, vicious blow. And what do we end up pulling from the chaos pouch this time around? Zero! Obviously, vicious blow doesn't do anything, but it does give me +1 damage for this attack. Not that I actually need it at this point for it. The ornate bow does... I get +2 feet, so that's 2 onto the 2 base, which is 4. We then deal +2 damage from the attack. So that's already at 3 damage. Plus the one from Leader is 4 damage. We kill the masked hunter. So hey, at least we're getting 2 victory points out of this. Well, 2 bonus points out of this. No, I want this in somewhere different. Put it up here. 2 victory points. And that's 1 cultist dead. Yes. 1 dead, and I have 6 turns to get the other 5. That's not happening. This has not gone well. Anyway, you can go back in there for now. But that was only the second action. What can we do for the third action? I expect that this scenario is hard because there's only 3 parts to it. My intention was to do this and then go in with these 2 decks into Dunwich. But depending on how the next scenario goes, that might not happen. I might be making 2 new decks. Oh, that's going to be painful. Or I might just move to a different... I might take a... I might roll and see what the next 2 characters are. I might do all of the deck building for that off stream, and I might play a different game for a few weeks, just to kind of chill out from this one. But we will see what happens. There's still 1 more scenario to go, so we don't know. We still might make it. We still might succeed. Right, but we still have... I still have 1 more attack. Well, I still have 1 more action, I should say. Yeah, that's my intention, but the problem is that I need to pick up another 3 clues before I can summon another cultist. If I can get rid of the Wizard of the Order, it gives me a little more time to play. Because him getting Doom at the end of every Mythos is annoying. Right, I'm going to attack Wolf Mandrew. I'm going to commit 2 cards, and I'm going to commit the 1 card underneath Amanda. And let's see what we end up pulling from the old Chaos pouch. We got the 0 again. That is nice. So we got 3 from those cards. We had Stunning Blow, Knife, and Vicious Attack. Or Vicious Blow. These 2 get discarded. Stunning Blow doesn't really come into effect. But it would have evaded Wolfman if we were engaged. Vicious Blow gives me +1 damage. I do one base damage anyway, so that's 2 damage. And +1 from Lita is another 3 damage, but that's enough to actually kill Wolfman Drew. So that's another victory point. Oh, okay. That was action 3. Yes. Alright, so. Oh no, I forgot about the Gaunt. That's fine. Enemies with the Hunter keyword move towards the nearest investigator. Yep, alright. So he engages Amanda as his prey. Oh no. What would be the worst option here? The worst option would actually be Amanda. Because her ornate bow isn't notched right now. And each engaged enemy attacks if able. So Amanda takes 1 horror and 1 damage. I'm going to give it all to... Am I going to give it all to Lita? Yeah, I am. Lita's going to suffer all of the damage. she's a damage sponge right now. I mean, she's been helpful. Oh, we still have a long ways to go. Alright. That's fine. Alright, so we refresh any cards. 1 resource and draw 1 card each. Amanda gets another flashlight. And Carolyn gets... Read the signs. That's actually really helpful. Might be able to get rid of that shroud. We'll check the I think we'll check the hand size, but I think they're fine. Yep. Yep. Both of them are at 3. That's fine. Alright, so place 1 Doom on the agenda. Nothing's coming of it. Each investigator draws 1 card, so Amanda first. Mysterious chanting. Oh, Jesus Christ. Place 2 Doom on the nearest cultist enemy. If there's no cultist enemies on play, search the encounter deck. Search the encounter deck and discard pile for a cultist enemy and draw it. Shuffle the encounter deck. 2 Doom. Well, what was I saying about having more turns? He needs to be dealt with now. That's 4. Alright. Next one. Oh my Jesus frickin' Christ. Mysterious chanting. I wondered where those cards were. Oh, fuck. Can I get there? 1. 2. 3. 3. Fuck! 1, 2. Oh, thank fuck I can. 1, 2, 3. Shit, fuck, I can get there. That's fine. No, that's not fine. I still need to kill it somehow. Shit! No, I can do this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Summoned hound. Oh, Jesus hell. Okay, no, that's fine. We can do this. We can save this. We can save this. It's the end of the Mythos phase. We're at 7 Doom. 7 Doom! Ah! Alright. Alright. Don't panic. Panic is not going to help things. Pull your card. We got the cookery. We discard Vicious Blow. We'll place a cookery underneath Amanda. I mean, that quickly got very out of hand. From just 2 cards. So, we're now just we're gonna be running to St. Mary's Hospital because we hear a cultist chanting halfway across the city. Because the Summoned Hound doesn't do any increased damage if I attack. I'm only doing 1 damage. It has 2 health. It needs to die. So, Amanda is going to go to North Side, because that's where you can go from downtown. North Side goes to the Miskatonic, and the Miskatonic can go to St. Mary's. 1, 2, 3. Carolyn is going to follow suit. 1, 2, 3. And thank the Christ. Well, thank whichever gods you wish to aspire to. But in this particular case, thank the Yellow King. Because I think he's neutral in all of this. He's not necessarily evil. He's not necessarily good, though, either. I'm kind of leaning that way, thinking on it now. This is the only campaign I've really played because it's short enough really to give people an introduction to it. And not have people have to sit through an 8-piece campaign. But I can't deny that Lita is a beast of an asset if you can manage to get her out of this campaign. Giving you +1 fights and then also giving you an extra damage on a monster and being a 0 cost ally card is great. Either way, thank the Yellow King for the Summoned Hound. For his free action, he is going to fight this cultist. I have nothing I can commit from my hand. So we're just hoping this works. Rolling on a 6. Oh, Jesus. That's what, the 3rd? Or 4th time the Elder Signs come up? Sometimes you've got all the luck in the world, sometimes everything goes against you. Anyway, +1. So that takes us to 7, which is more than enough to kill it. The 1 damage from the Hound 1 damage extra from Lita is the 2, which is enough to kill the thing. Because we got the Elder Sign, I can heal +1 horror from an investigator or ally at your location. Because Lita is here, I'm going to heal the 1 horror from Lita. The quick effect of Carolyn, Amanda gains 1 resource. And there goes all that doom. I mean, that wasted an entire turn. But the doom's gone. We're safe. Oh, man. I just realized something. I am missing... where is it? It's that one. I am missing this particular source. Ooh, whoop, whoop, whoop. I completely forgot the monthly sub goal was not showing at the top there. I also really need to work and arrange and try and get overlays sorted from people, but that means me actually doing stuff. Okay, so we've managed to avoid this crisis. I also just realised we hadn't actually been to the St. Mary's Hospital yet. So Arkham's only hospital, St. Mary's, has a 24-hour receiving room and is busy at all hours of the night. Dr. Mortimer and Nurse Sharon have been particularly stressed lately thanks to the recent events. So we can heal 3 damage from here once per game. There's a Shroud of 2 with 2 clues on this location. So, we took the entire turn. All of our actions are done. But we averted the crisis. So there's no enemies on the field, which is good. So, action cards, we'll unexhaust already or exhausted cards. Each investigator gains 1 resource and draws 1 card. Amanda got perception. And nice. Carolyn got soothing melody. So, what's next? Check the cards. There's 4 in hand here. Should be 4 in hand here. Yes. Alright. So, onto the Mythos phase. We place 1 Doom on the agenda. Doom, thankfully, has not reached his threshold. We draw 1 card. And it is on Wings of Darkness. Test feat 4. If you fail, take 1 damage and 1 horror. Then disengage from each non-Night-Gaunt enemies. Engage with you and move to a central location. I don't think you've got anything that can actually help you here, have you? No. No, you have not. You've got one card, but you're not going to grab her feet. Because... oh, shit. I fucked up. Alright. I will take the hit. That is not great. I actually completely forgot that the hunting night gaunt was on the field. Which changes things completely. Okay. Oh, shit. In my haste to try and deal with that cultist, I completely forgot of the other enemy. So I've just taken 4 damage and 4 horror that I should have taken. So there's nothing that I can do. I'm taking another set. Uh-oh, indeed. Right, what do we go? I think it was perception, right? Yeah. Shit. Okay. I don't think there's anything that can... oh, no, there is one thing I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna commit 1 card from Carolyn. There's only 1 token. Or 2. I think 1. I think there's only 1 plus 1 in the Chaos Pouch. But that there is the only thing that's going to save me now. There's nothing I can do. This is not good. I'm reaching deep. I need to make sure I'm willing the one that I want into my hand. Alright. +1. Jesus Christ. And I got a +1 from Soothing Melody plus the 2 that I have. We're not going anywhere. We don't take any damage, thank the... Oh! This game. This game. Alright. Alright, Carradine, what are you gonna pull? Are you gonna be as annoying? Locked door. Attached to the location with the most clues without a locked door attached. The target cannot be investigated. You need to either break the door down or pick the locks. If you succeed, discard the locked door. Alright. I'll put it on the north side. Let's put that back in the pouch. Alright, so... this is not going well. Okay, we need to get rid of that Night Gaunt. ASAP. Alright, so we pulled Overpower. Discard the Cookery. I'm going to put Overpower underneath Amanda for this turn. Okay, so we're going to start with Amanda. The first action is going to be to punch the Night Gaunt. We're running 3 against 2 currently. And we pull... Jesus Christ, -4. That doesn't help. We're at 5, -4 is 1. That's 2 below what we need. So, gonna attack the Night Gaunt again. I mean, you take the good with the bad. Pulled -4 again. Hey, Bold Eyes. Thank you very much for stopping by. -4. I'm in the same. I'm in the same place. It's 5 against. With the -4, it takes me down to 1 against 3. Yeah, it's going all right. Swings and roundabouts. Thank you very much. I've had that Dragon Pouch for probably close to a decade at this point. The game's taken some turns. I'm not in a great way right now. Jeez, okay. Final attack. There's nothing I can do. Come on, please. Please at least hit. I need to do at least 2 points of damage here. +1. I'll take it. 2, 4, 5, 6. That's enough. I get to draw a card because the test was successful this time for once. I'll take the initiative. That'll be helpful next turn. Well, we've done 2 points, 1 from the base point and 1 from Lita. That's not helpful. I needed to heal. Alright. Carolyn, what can you do for me, Carolyn? So if we engage... Do we engage or do we just try and bite the monster? We just try and... Alright, well if we fight, that becomes 3 on 3 with 4 there. Because we could investigate with the dog. And then just investigate again. Yeah, I think that's the best course of action right now. So we're going to engage the Night Gaunt, so it's with Carolyn. I'm then going to spend 1 ammo from the 45 to attack. I don't think there's anything that I can add to help at this point, is there? No, because I want to take the initiative for the next round. Alright. Let's hope the 45 hits. So we're currently running 4 against its 3. And we got -1. So that brings me back down to 3. That's fine. +1 base damage, +1 from the automatic, +1 from Lita is 3 damage, which takes it up over the damage, its life threshold, so it's dead. Alright. So that was the first action. No, that was the second action because I engaged. Third action is a flat investigation. It's 2 against my 4. How'd your Overwatch stream go, Bolt Eyes? Did you get your Hanzo skin? Oh, Jesus Christ. It was bound to come up at some point. Auto fail. Alright. And then for my free action, I'm going to use Doggo to investigate for me. Base skill of 5, 5 on 2. So we've got a margin of 3. -1. Alright, we got at least a clue out of this. Oh, bow ties. Sorry, my mistake. It was fine. Bolties? Oh, bolties. Okay. Yeah, my username you were close with, it's Karonzi. So it it is pronounced with as if there was two R's, even though it's only spelt with one. Just games started to suck a little towards the end, and I wasn't really feeling it. Yeah, I mean whenever I used to play whenever I used to play Overwatch, I always ended up having bad games towards the end, but then that's always how it ends up being whenever I play first-person shooters. I'm not the greatest at PvP first-person shooters. Also, just a quick shout-out to Katie. I believe she's watching, so hello, Katie. Yeah, a few swings and roundabouts. A few games, a few good games, a few good bad games. Yeah. It's why I haven't really played many competitive FPSs in a while. I dabbled in some of the new Destiny stuff a while back, but that's about it. I haven't played Halo in a while either. Yeah, where was I? Oh, right, yeah, but just screwing everything up, wasn't I? The squad games like those, I forget their actual terms. The things like PUBG and stuff like that, they never really held any interest for me. Fortnite and stuff like that. I don't know. They didn't grab my attention, so I never really got into them. Right, we're at the enemy phase. There's no more enemies on the field because I finally dealt with that bastard. So reset actions, unexhaustible cards. Each player gains a resource. And you draw a card. We got... Oh, Jesus Christ, Whispers of the Deep. Alright. And... Working a hunch. That's fine. That's fine. I need that. The card... the hand size should be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, place 1 Doom on the agenda. Battle Royale, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I mean that's fair. Give them a go is fine. I mean, I have given them a try. I probably might try one again at some point. It's mainly because I am a terrible shot, so I just try and avoid them. Though I am raiding this Sunday in Destiny 2, so that should be interesting. So long as the person organising it can find other people from within the clan who are... I'm not part of the clan at the moment. As long as they're happy with being on stream, I will be streaming that raid in Destiny on Sunday evening. Tomorrow is Super Smash Bros. We're doing a group of us are getting together just to do some multiplayer fights. and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Only recently started playing Smash, yeah. I only recently picked it up, so I have, like, no characters. So we placed the Doom. Doom hasn't reached 8, so we're fine, so we start drawing cards. Amanda draws the first one of a locked door. God damn it. Alright, Miskatonic University is now locked to the public. And Carolyn, you are pulling... Oh, you pulled your own Night Gaunt. Great. That's great. So I don't have them unlocked, but who I normally would play as would be Robin. I've been doing the Spirit Board mode on stream, and in that I've basically just been playing as Marth. I haven't got Captain Falcon, so I could play as him occasionally, or Sheik I'll play as well. But there is a very good likelihood that I will likely just put it to random heroes for a while. I'll just play as anyone. I don't really care. I'm just there for having fun. So now we're back onto the investigation phase. So we draw one card for Amanda. We discard Overpowered. And I have to put Whispers of the Deep underneath. It's my weakness card, Curse. This skill icon subtracts from your skill value instead of adding to it. Forced. When choosing to place a card beneath Amanda Sharp, if Whispers from the Deep is in your hands, you must choose it. Oh, Bolties, Katie says hi back. I'm kind of talking to her off of the stream. And in response to your comment, Katie, yes, I am well aware this needs a trim. I'm just waiting on my blades to arrive. Where are we? Okay, so we've dealt with Amanda. I'm gonna get rid of this Night Haunt. It's not that she doesn't like it. I'm assuming she means to trim it and to tidy it up. And I am aware that it has not been done in a while. I've been slacking. Being a hermit for like the last year. And not having to go into the office, I've not had to do anything. It's not that long. But it's kind of reached the point where it's no longer really growing, so I need to trim it back to try and encourage it to grow. But I need to sort it out. It's unkempt. Alright. First things first, I need to get rid of this Night Gaunt. So if we take another shot at it with the 45... Am I able to actually commit anything? No, I'm not able to commit anything. technically my hand's in the pouch now, so I shouldn't really be committing cards. -4. Oh my god. Alright. That last bullet. Oh, let's see. Is that +1? Alright, we'll take that. So, 1 damage, +1. +1 from Lita is 3 damage. To the Night Gaunt. So there was my second action. And for my final... Well, not for my final. I'm going to use the free action from the Summoned Hound to attack the Night Gaunt. I wanted to use it to investigate, but I don't have a choice here. So it's got a base attack of 5, so we've got 5... +1 from Lita is 6, on the 3 from the Night Gaunt. You got the cultist symbol. It's the first time of the night. So, -2. Plays 1 doom on the nearest cultist enemy. Luckily, there are no cultists on the field. But -2... from the 6 is 4, so we still do enough damage. 2 damage is enough. Puts it at 5 to kill the Night Gaunt. I have been getting lucky, but there was a Night Gaunt I left here from up here. From up at this point. And I ended up moving 3 spaces. What happens is when you're engaged with an enemy, if you don't attack, evade, parlay, or resign, any enemy engaged with you attacks. And I was rushing over here to try and kill an enemy that had 6 doom on it, and I had 1 doom up here. And if I got round to the next Mythos phase, I would have basically lost this particular scenario. Or I would have got a bad ending for this scenario. I completely forgot about it, so... And whenever I came round to the next turn, I'm like, oh shit, there's a Night Gaunt here. So I basically had to take, like, 4 HP and 4 sanity damage. Retroactively, and it really hurt. But that is how these things go. I think if I'd realized it at the time, I still would have done the same thing that I would have taken the same actions that I would have done. Thank you, NDark097 for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. I would have done the exact same thing. If I had realized. So, there's nothing I can do. Alright. So, I still have 1 action left, because that was the free action from the Summoned Hound. So what I might do... is I'm going to move to back to the Miskatonic University. And then I'm going to so that will be my third action. But I'm going to play the fast card, working a hunch, paying 2 resources to discover 1 clue at this location. All right. Excuse me. Oh, I should have used liquid courage. Never mind. Alright. So. Amanda. First action is going to be using St. Mary's Hospital's ability to heal 3 damage. Heal 3 damage off of her. So we're now up to 6 damage on her, 3 sanity on her, and Lita has taken 2 damage and 2 sanity. So I don't have to... Now there's no enemies on the field, I'll use 1 action to notch an arrow and an ornate bow. And then for another 3 resources, I will... equipped the Tooth of Estili. Sorry, just give me a moment. Just messaging Katie quickly. All right. That was third action. So, the Tooth of Estili gives me +1 willpower and +1 speed, while resolving an ability on a treachery card. After you succeed a skill test while resolving an ability on a treachery card, exhaust the Tooth of Estili and draw 1 card. Stretch quickly. Let me just double check something quickly. Now, welcome to the Discord server, Balties. I will sort out the particular roles that are needed. I do have a question. Are you, do you, like, exclusively just stream Overwatch? That was the third action. Alright, so we're done with that. Next, I think I can... right. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Take your time. Alright, so the next thing to do... I've got 4 more rounds. In theory. When that hits 7, I'm going to resign. I'm not going to be able to get all of the cultists. I could get 1 more. Can use that to discover 2 clues. But that does mean pulling from the encounter deck. Anyway, let's pull from the encounter deck now anyway. Amanda. Peril, Haunting Shadows, Treachery. You must choose either spend 1 clue or take 2 damage. I'll take the 2 damage I just healed. I have a feeling that there's going to be another one under here. Yep, there it is. I'll take the 2 damage again. And put it on the summoned hound. He should be unexhausted at this point. Wait a minute, I never finished the thing, did I? Damn it. No enemies, okay, so, gain a resource. They draw a card each. Yeah, prophecy, fantastic. Hey, Lieutenant Wilson, it's about damn time. Man, the blob that ate everything didn't give me as much trouble. We've done the treacheries, we've done all of that, so we're back to the start. Card. Vicious Blow. Okay, well. We're going to be doing a lot of... So, this gets discarded. Oh, hey, we're through her weaknesses. Throw Prophecy underneath her again. Alright. Alright, I can't even, like, use the flashlights right now. Can I? What I might do... How many resources do I have up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5. Fantastic. I go... 1, 2, 3... Sea of Thieves is a lot of fun. I play Sea of Thieves as well. Well, it can be a lot of fun. You as long as you get a decent, you get a decent serve, right? I dislike the PvP aspect of Sea of Thieves. I'm friends with a couple of other streamers who also play that. He's unfortunately left the chat. There's a streamer that was in here earlier. Him and the guy that he streams with plays, and I've played Sea of Thieves with him. My friends also play Sea of Thieves as well. I mean, I don't really mind it too much. If we're out in the open water and everything, hey, it's fair game if you're out in the open water. The issue I have is whenever you're in port, people don't play by the fair play rules of you don't attack someone in port. I wish there was actually kind of more penalty for it, but then it wouldn't really be pirating that way. I don't know. I'm a stickler for fair sport. But that's just me. um, yeah, exactly. It's honor amongst thieves kind of thing. Um, but yeah, I mean, I play a variety of different games. I've got like 4 or 5 different games on the play at the moment, and I've got a number of other games that I want to play down the line. I done a playthrough of Yakuza 0, so I want to play through all the rest of them as well. I've not played any Red Dead. Um, I've done GTA, and I've done GTA. I've done a stream for GTA twice, GTA Online, and it's not been too bad, to be honest. I mean, have they fleshed out? Um, have they fleshed out the online play? Because I know that was a complaint of it when it first came out, that it was very lacking in its start. All right, so we can't equip the flashlights, so let's investigate. Oh no, 1, 2. Yeah, we'll just do that. 1, 2, and then we spend 5 resources to use the once per game ability to take 2 clues from the token pool. And that there is the 3rd action. Well, I know, I think they've added a lot more content to the game these days. I think a lot more has been added in recent times. I just haven't played much of it. I kind of really want to play the story as well for that. I just haven't got around to it. I have a metric shit ton of games to play, and I just never had the time to play them. It didn't. I don't think it helps that I ended up spending well over 6 months addicted to Neverwinter. So that was fun. That actually was actually a lot of fun. I did enjoy playing Neverwinter. All right, so we're done with that. All right, so let us take care of this. We'll see if we can spawn a a decent cultist. Please be decent. Oh, Ruth Turner. Spawn at St. Mary's. Ooh, we've got to evade her. Or we can force, after Ruth Turner is evaded, add her to the victory display pile. Bodies from the morgue have mysteriously gone missing. Perhaps the mortician in St. Mary's has something to do with these disappearances. Don't know if you know that one. Which one did I say? My mind has gone blank already. I am absolutely terrible. Oh, Neverwinter. Yes. I'm assume I would assume that you are aware of Dungeons and Dragons. Neverwinter was an MMO created by Cryptic. It's kind of a spiritual successor to the Neverwinter Nights games, done by BioWare and Black Isle. BioWare was the first one, Black Isle was the second, I believe. And then Neverwinter basically was kind of a spiritual successor, but based towards the end of 4th edition, and has filtered on into 5th edition. But yeah, it's a free-to-play MMO, so I played that for too long. I should have known better. I get addicted to MMOs. Alright, so that was the first action. We got Ruth. I've got 2 actions left. Breaking down the door or picking the lock is going to be next to impossible here. So I might just play Drawn to the Flames. So, draw the top card of the encounter deck, then discover 2 clues from your location. And the last one is a cultist. Any empty location. Spawn him with 1 doom. We'll put him in Rivertown. But we get 2 more clues. So for the third action, we'll go to Rivertown. And we will attack that cultist. We'll use... Well, it's because that's the third action. We'll use the free action from the Summoned Hound. And it is 5 against 3. And we got the cultist. And it is -2. Place 1 doom on the nearest cultist. Well, technically, as he's in the same location, he is the nearest cultist. So 5 minus the 2 is 3, so that's enough, and it only does 1 point of damage, but it kills that cultist. Man, this has not gone well. I haven't got any bonus victory points from any location. Do you have anything to pull any extra clues? No. Okay. That's done. Enemies. There's no engaged enemies. That's fine. She's not a hunter. That is also fine. So no enemy phase. We do this phase then. So gain a resource each. Draw a card each. You got the second. Take the initiative. That's fine. And you have... I've got a plan. That is also fine. Oh, okay. Another Doom on the agenda. The threshold hasn't been met, which is fine. So we're now going to the encounter step. But the encounter deck is empty, so shuffle the encounter deck. And pray to God we don't get any Night Gaunts, because that would be terrible. And the first card pulled, is the Wizard. You can go to the Miskatonic. And the next card pulled is On Wings of Darkness. Test feat 4. We have nothing that can really help here. Alright. I might just take the 1 damage and horror for this one. There's nothing that I can do to actually stop it. Oh look, auto success. Well, not the auto success. The Elder token. So I get +1. It's still not enough, but I may also heal 1 horror. I have no horror on here, and Amanda isn't actually in my location, so that doesn't work. Because I believe in order of operation, that ability procs first. And then I take the damage from failing the test. I think that's like the 4th or 5th time I've pulled the Elder Sign out today. Wow, I've been going 4 hours? Bloody hell, I didn't even realise. We're almost at the end, though, I think, of this scenario, so I'm just gonna go and finish this up. It's the next cycle now, so... I would have moved to a central location, but I'm already at Rivertown. So Amanda pulled Fingerprints because we draw 1 card. She discards Prophecy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. And then we are going to... I'm going to take the initiative. Underneath her this turn. So, take the initiative has 3 question marks on the side. Commit only to a skill test you are performing. Take the initiative, loses question marks for each action that has been completed by any investigator this phase. So I need to go first with her. So first things first is we're going to break the locked door. Or at least we're going to attempt to anyway. Well, we already know what this is, so we take the initiatives going in. What do I need to test against? 4. -1. 3. 4, 5. Against the 4. Oh, minus the 1 is 4. So we've broken the locked door. So that's the first action. Oh wait, no. Sorry, the wizard gains 1 doom. Second action. Oh wait, hang on a minute. No, wait. Second action will be investigate at that location. I'm going to, well, I'm committing perception as well as take the initiative. So we got 3 currently against 6. Huh. -1 again. So we grabbed another token. I get to draw a card because perception was completed. Ah, we got obscure studies. Welcome to the chat. My chat refreshed. There's something's going on. Anyway, that's discarded. That goes back under there. I think for the final... My final action will be to move down here. So, we grab another cultist, that's 1. 2, moving to the Wizard of the Order. Free action, attack with the Summoned Hound. 4, yeah, okay, yeah, we'll do that. So, spending spending the 4 clues, we pull another cultist. And this one is a Victoria, a Deverux. Spawns at north side. Spend 5 resources. Parlay. Add Victoria Deverux to display pile. How do I get parlay? Usually parlay will have a number beside it. There's no number beside it. I believe it just automatically happens. That was the first action. Where's parlay? Parlay, parlay, parlay. Okay. Yeah. So if there's a testable action against it, then you use the action. But that's fine. Alright, so spending 5 resources. That's actually fine. So, first action was to pull her. Second action, move to the Miskatonic University. Free action, the summoned hound will attack. And we're running 6 against 4 right now. And we pull 0. Great. So 1 damage from the summoned hound, plus 1 damage from Leetzer as Amanda is in the same location. That's 2 damage, killing the Wizard of the Order. So 2 actions done. Done the free action. The next action, sending Carolyn up here. So next turn she can hopefully deal with Victoria. Right. Okay. Enemy phase. No enemies are engaged. There are no hunters either. That's fine. So enemies don't happen. Upkeep phase. Gain a resource each. And we draw a card each. Come on. Ah. The tarot card Death. And Carolyn pulls the Book of Psalms. Bring. All right. Add 1 Doom to the agenda. Doesn't advance. We're at 5, so we've got feasibly 2 turns left. I'm not going to be able to get the last 2 cultists. I think the most amount of cultists I've gotten is 5 before. If I can get these 2, that's great. If there's just 2 left, I'm happy with that. Card pulled for Amanda is a cultist. He can go... He'll go over in East Town this time. He gets a Doom. So ideally we've got 1 turn left and I'm going to try and deal with all of this and then just get out of here. So I don't have the time to deal. There's no feasible way that I can deal with that cultist, get another cultist to spawn, and win, and like collect them. So I may as well just get out while I'm ahead. Haunting Shadow. Either spend 1 clue or take 2 damage. Because this is going to be my last turn, I can't spend a clue, so I have to take the 2 damage. So we'll put 1 damage onto the Spectral Hound, or the Summoned Hound, and 1 damage onto me. That's fine. Alright, so it's a new turn. Draw 1 card. It's the last card in my deck. For Amanda. Jesus, the camera. Alright. Excuse me. Alright. Actually, it's not going to really frickin' matter if I take the initiative or not. Because it's reduced for every other action that an investigator takes this turn. But we've got 1, 2... Alright. Yep, I'm going to put obscure studies underneath Amanda. Welcome everyone who is joining the stream. You're kind of catching it in the ending throes of this particular scenario. But please do stick around to see how this ends. Hopefully this ends well. So, we're going to start with Amanda because we still have to take the initiative in hand. So, first action. Second action is going to be engaging her. No. Yeah. It won't matter whether we engage her or not. Because even if I took a shot at her, it would take me another action to notch the Ornate Bow. And while it would kill her, if I was to hit with it, actually, that's probably a better choice, is actually just to take the shot. Hey, is that Hella Panday? I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. I'm hoping that we successfully curtail the Elder Ones. Them roaming around is never a good idea. Halla. Okay, no, that's fine. Welcome, Halla. Thank you very much for stopping by. This is the end of this particular scenario. There's still one more scenario to go, and hopefully we succeed there, which will be next weekend or next week. But as of now, this has gone up and down and up again, and I'm just glad that I'm able to just get out of here in time. So first action was moving. I can kill. I'm going to take the shot instead. I'll take the shot. Because if I miss the shot, then that's fine. So we're going to take the initiative, and I'm going to commit the obscure studies from underneath Amanda, costing the 1 ammo on the Ornate Bow. using speed, so it's already 2, plus 2 from the ornate bow. Against 2 for Ruth Turner. -2. That's great. So we've got 5 from Obscure Studies, and Take the Initiative only loses 1 for 1 action being taken. So we defeat Ruth Turner, adding her to the victory pile. And I still have 1 action left to take, I guess. I will gain a resource. Why not? Oh, wait, no, I shouldn't gain a resource. Shit, what am I playing at? No, don't gain a resource. That's a terrible idea. Resign. Amanda is going to use the ability to resign. Let me just double check to make sure there's no special negatives. There shouldn't be a special negative to resigning. I believe it's just I leave play. Resign. Some abilities resign. When an investigator resigns, the investigator is eliminated by resignation. See eliminations on page 10. An investigator who resigns is not considered to have been defeated. Let me just go and double check page 10. Elimination. An eliminated player. A player is eliminated from the scenario anytime his or her investigator is defeated, if he or she resigns. The only manner in which eliminated investigators interact with the game when establishing per investigator values. Anytime a player is eliminated, the cards he or she controls and all of the cards in his or her play areas, such as hand and discard piles, are removed from the game. Any card that the player owns but does not control that is in the play remains in play, but if that card leaves play, is removed from the game. All clues player possesses are placed at the location the investigator was at. We had no clues, so that's fine. And all of that player's resources are returned to the token pool. That's fine. All engaged enemies, that player is engaged with the location. All enemies engaged with that player are placed at the location, unengaged but otherwise maintaining their current state of the game. All other cards in the eliminated investigator's threat area are placed in the appropriate discards. If the lead investigator was eliminated, the remaining players, if any, chooses a new lead investigator. Well, she was the lead. It goes to Carolyn. If there's no remaining players, the scenario ends. Refers to no resolution was reached. Entry for that scenario in the campaign guide. Okay. So. That's done. She's out of here. Carolyn is just gonna nope. We're gonna spend 5 resources to parlay with Victoria Devereux. Oliver Thomas, the proprietor of the Curiosity Shop, has informed you that a new client has taken a keen interest in a mysterious mask. But that is another victory point to the victory pile. And there's nothing else that I can do, so Carolyn is also going to nope right out of there. And that is the end of the scenario. So with that, let us head back to the PDFs. Full screen. Alright. So, if no resolution was reached, each investigator resigned or was defeated, read Resolution 1. You managed to obtain some useful information about the cult and its plans. You only hope it's enough. So in your campaign log... So, I'm still just using a piece of paper rather than the actual campaign log. This campaign log, because I can't interact with these things and write over them. I don't have a paid-for version of a PDF viewer. So I'm just going to note it down on this piece of paper. Such a shame I couldn't finish the Miskatonic University and got another experience point. But hey, it is what it is. Let me just clean up this a little bit quickly, so I have some space to write. I mean, that went fairly well, in my opinion. There were some ups, there were some downs. But overall, I think it went well. So, in your campaign log, under cultists we interrogated, record the names of each unique cultist enemy in the victory display. So... cultists in interrogated. Victoria Devereux, Ruth Turner, Wolfman Drew, and the Masked Hunter. I will use this time just to quickly say, please do consider either giving a follow to come back and see more of this. We will be back next Friday for the next installment. I will also stream most days around the week. Tomorrow is Smash Bros. Sunday is Destiny 2 Raid. I believe the Garden of Salvation. I'm not sure what the rest of the week will be holding, but obviously next Friday will be the concluding part to the Night of the Zealot. There's a link down below for the Discord where I do put up my streaming schedule. There'll also be more information, so like sometimes there will be votes for what ends up getting played for Arkham Horror. Back in December, we ended up doing a vote, and the choice ended up being The Blob That Ate Everything. So there will be more votes, so please do consider joining and casting your vote when another vote turns up. We also do other community events, so we do sometimes play Jackbox games. I've played Quiz Time. So anytime that there is a game that involves the audience, you'll know about it and you can join that way. Thank you very much for the follow, Hala. It is greatly appreciated. And why didn't it notify? Oh, probably because this doesn't actually have any of the notifications on. Um, that would explain it, because this was actually used for me creating guides or something, so I just co-opted it for something else. I'll do the notification in a moment, but thank you very much for the follow. It is greatly appreciated. And thank you everyone else who has been watching and lurking today. I do appreciate all of the support. Anyway, alright, so I've done the things, so that's fine. So in your campaign log under cultists who got away, record the names of each unique enemy still remaining in the cultist deck or in play. If it is Agenda 1, record the masked hunter here as well. Well, we killed the masked hunter, so all that was left, I believe, was the graveyard keeper. Yep, the Undertaker, Herman Collins, and the occult professor, Peter Warren. So I'm also this week going to be working on getting my starting to get my YouTube channel up to date with the archives. So some of my older board game streams will be up there. So the first parts of this will be up there, and also my Imperial Assault games will be up there, as well as all of the other games that I have played that I am backlogged on, and I am backlogged quite a bit. So hopefully that they will catch up soon enough. Alright, so Peter Warren. And Herman Collins. So, if the Ghoul Priest is in the victory display, cross out the Ghoul Priest is still alive in your campaign log. Well, no, he wasn't alive anyway. Each investigator earns experience points equal to the victory X value of each card in the victory display. Alright, so I didn't get enough. We got 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5 experience. So that takes my XP with the 1 that was left for both. I am on 6 XP currently. Let's see, so that... Okay, no, we don't need to read that. And then we're on to the Devourer below. Well, and very quickly, we'll just hit that. Come on. There we go. I need to get no alerts. They're default alerts. But still, thank you very much for the follow. It is greatly appreciated. With that, that is the end of part 2 of Night of the Zealots. Thank you very much for watching. If you are watching this post on either on Twitch or on YouTube, thank you very much for watching. It is greatly appreciated. If you are over on YouTube, hitting that thumbs up button or leaving a friendly, constructive comment is always greatly appreciated and does help out with that algorithm. Or better yet, please do come over and watch live. Please, for those of you watching, please feel free to obviously follow as well, or join the Discord, or and come stop by again. Today has been a lot of fun. Been some ups, there've been some downs. Hopefully next time we will stop them from summoning their elder god. But until next time, stay safe.